Welcome. Uh, so yeah, yesterday we moved our disk image for WSL off of the C drive, which freed up some space. But this morning, when I tried to start it, I was greeted with this. I think what happened is that I used a privileged user, like the administrator or something, like a privileged shell to move the disk, and now probably my user doesn't have read access to it. So let's see if we can fix that. Um, so administrators have all that stuff, but users should probably have read write too. And then I don't know if that changed this one as well. Yeah, see, I, I don't understand who this user is. And it feels like neither does Windows, but let's try that. It's thinking. Hey, success, maybe. Probably have to refresh my overlay things. But yay, we have a shell. Um, and I'm going to immediately turn off keystrokes so I can do my updates and things. But yeah, so yesterday was also spent trying to understand and select, improve, iterate on OpenGL initialization. We didn't quite get it working, but that's okay because we can work on it today. Um, Basically this, right? And it's in the native code where we do like X create window. Um, yeah. Basically, this was all written with the old GLX create context, and we need to use different helpers. Now, there was a uh, example code listing on like the OpenGL wiki. Um, hmm. I think this is important to read for me. Uh, some implementations want to provide a way for users of higher GL versions to gain access to the old APIs. That is going to be helpful for us. Um, Several techniques were tried. There's core and compatibility contexts. There are other context variations as well. This will be a problem for us, but we'll cross that bridge when we port to Mac. It's not that we do anything crazy with the fixed function pipeline, it's just that we use it a bunch of places, so we're going to have to update it. Um, what about GLX? Yep. Okay. Okay, you can detect which profile the contact supports with this. And the value returned will contain those bits, but not both at the same time. Hmm. Oh, this page. Okay. So do we want core or do we want compatibility? Uh, we probably need compatibility right now, and we want to move to core. How get context? Like it doesn't even tell you. Can you link to the GLX one, please? Like, come on. Creating an OpenGL context. Ooh. Oh no, OpenGL context is GLX. I mean, I guess this is a tutorial, not a wiki page, but this is the thing. In the beginning, there was main somewhere. Is it all one main? One func? Yeah, okay. Like it's almost all. Is FB count guaranteed to be positive? If it's 0, then this is a read of FBC at -1. I guess FBC would be nil or null here though. So yeah. So they'll probably catch it, but blah 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 blah. I don't want to just copy paste all this and like not understand it. Not really synchronized properly, but that's fine. So we don't want to use glx create new context because that's the old way. So is extension supported? And we found the function. Do they do the if else? No, okay. It's this that we want. We still need to choose a frame buffer config, whatever that is, and we'll want to pick the version. Sure. Okay. So let's start at the start here. We need a display. We've already got a display via xopen_display. And we set it to a global variable. This is process global. I think that's okay. And we we lock until somebody has one. And then if we're the ones that need to make it, we make it. Not too many people should be calling glop init, so shouldn't be much contention on this mutex. Okay. So we open a display, and then they declare visual attributes here, but then they check to see if they can. I would have put that down here, but I don't know. So these should go away. I'm just thinking about what I want to preserve and stuff, but do I want to have the old way comment it out so that I can revert to it quickly. Maybe what we do is we just do a hard reset, and then maybe I'll add this. Pick a frame buffer config and create context. Yeah, the create context and create context needs to use the not this. Ret is equal to I don't think you need to create and map a window before you create the context, right? Maybe X will throw a wobbly if we try. Um, Why am I doing that like this? I should just use copy paste. Use the computer to do the things that are repetitive. We want 4, 5. Hey, welcome back, Alamilo. Writing C++? Blasphemy? Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. Like, we gotta call C APIs at some point. Um, what is the 0 about? It's the something. Oh, yeah, the shared context. GLX context. No shared context. Where was I? Direct rendering, yes, please, and the context attributes. This is X speak, hence the weird typing. Um, yes, use direct rendering and use these context attributes. And then, hold on to your butt. Now, that won't be in scope because we need to like manually dynamically load it because we can't have nice things. Um, but the example code shows you how. How you doing, Alo Milo? Hopefully things are going well. Yeah, we need a type def for this. What is it? It's a GLU byte pointer. No, it's this, which returns probably an arbitrary func, like a void on void, and then this is type def somewhere. Let's use it. Oh look, it works. I mean, as far as my completers is concerned. I forgot semicolon. All right, so we got a 4.6 core profile. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we asked for 4.5. That's okay. 4.6 can do everything that 4.5 can. Except, I think it needs to be a compatibility profile, no? This is all for like Windows WGL extensions, but similar things apply for GLX. Similar but not the same. Um, Ew. This is very convoluted and confusing. Um, I don't want to set the forward compatible bit. I want to set I want a compatibility uh, context. This is the old way. When you get a creation message, you do this. Otherwise, you do the default window proc. Okay. 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 Hold on. Hold on. I think my current plan is have two versions, one that is the old version and one that is uh, the new version, and make sure we can get the expected results with both types. Um, Some of these are tabs and some of these are spaces. Looks like spaces is the thing to do. I don't know if I changed this with this diff or not, but um, I'm trying to think of a way to split up this diff. We can add a function called showConfig. Before we actually call it or do anything else. Then we'll add the pick, the thing, and then we have some things. This whole function is tabs right now. I want to know if the previous version had tabs or not. Okay. Had no tabs. All right, so every tab is wrong. So the old way was glx choose a visual for me. Create context with that visual, and then we're done. I think I can just revert this. And we will change this to the share list, document how we're doing things. We will check if it's null and abort. Otherwise, we don't need commented out log warn. We don't need to say which XID we're using. So we went from new window context is create context to naming the shared list and actually checking. Let's add this as a prefactor. There's some white space changes. Why did that change? Okay. This is a good change. It's really for debuggability. Fail if we get no GL context. Okay, let's see if we have things that are just white space changes. Just, handle that and be done with it. Yeah. Yes. Yes, this is white space. Yes. Okay. Log fatal. Couldn't create input context. Just bail, man. I don't think we're gonna add that for this change. This is just white space changes. Okay. White space changes. It's a pain in the butt, man. Did I run the tests? If It's the same thing, except couldn't GLX choose visual. We don't need that. Yes, bail if we can't choose a visual. Yes, bail if we can't choose an input context. Debug bail if we can't do GLX things that we need to do. All right. Now this change is just about adding helpers that don't get called right now. Right? Yeah, it doesn't. Good. I need to patch. Add. Because I don't want to include that. Refactor, introduce some new helpers for GL context creation. Okay. Now they're not being used, so if I run the tests, I expect them to pass. I need more coffee. But the thing we'll do is try to have like rename this to deprecated or something, and then do a test where we run the real one and the deprecated one and make sure they match. So I'll be back. Okay. Now, if I format the whole file, what changes? Oh, gross. Gross. We don't want that. Yeah, I think I want that there. That here is good. Though, yeah, okay. Hey, SS Shawshank? SS Shawshank. Like Shawshank? Like Shawshank Redemption? Or S hash shank? Sank? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. We're dealing with OpenGL initialization, trying to get it so that it's somewhat more predictable so that our uh, when we run tests locally and when we run tests in CI, we can actually get comparable images. Not my cup of tea, but it is going to be worth it if we can figure it out. Um, okay, I'm sick of having to patch around this comment. So let's put it where we need to put it. Um, okay, to do team key. First, pick an FB config. Hi, SS Shawshank. Am I pronouncing that right? Shawshank? Oh, no need to call me sir. But welcome, welcome. Let me know if there's anything that you're curious about. I can answer questions or what have you. Cool. But yeah, first we want to pick an FB config. Then get a visual info from the config. Make the window from that visual info. And then glx create context attrib ARB to get a GL context. I'm working on like the high level is this haunts game. It's a game. It's a uh, uh, turn-based real-time strategy, and it's implemented on top of OpenGL with Golang. Yeah, yeah. Um, the the context for the project is basically I was on Reddit one day because I was trying to figure out something about Golang, and I was on the Golang subreddit, and I saw this post, and it's like, oh, there was a Kickstarter project, it failed, but it became even more bizarre when even the original author claimed they couldn't bring the code base to compile, and I was like, really? So, long story short, I've adopted the project, I've taken it under my wing. I'm going to see if I can get it to go. Uh, yeah, there was technical difficulties abound, but um, I did a thing where we can actually make it run. Wow, look at it go. It's totally stubbed and broken, but don't worry about it. We have cake. Um, and we have crashing, and it don't work yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And I'm using test-driven development to kind of have a bit of structure towards getting it working. Uh, I don't know if you're a developer or if you know about TDD, but it's uh, it's going. Still better than nothing. Yeah, I made it compile, so like that's pretty good. Everything else should be easy, right? It's not, but yeah. You develop too? Nice. What's your stack? You like a web developer? You like a back end person? Uh, write down our plan for better initialization. Uh, you do Golang and Node.js. Nice, nice. Um, you're learning Rust as of now. Ooh, I need to dive in on Rust. I need to find a project that's written in Rust that I need to work on. But um, for now, yeah, this is Golang with some C++ under the hood to do like the kind of native layer integration because you actually have to talk to OpenGL somehow and a windowing system somehow. Yeah, cool. Uh, are you a professional developer or are you like a hobbyist or are you in school learning about it or you just kind of if I had to guess I'd say Golang and Node for your day job and then learning Rust just for fun or for skills. Okay, so let's do some test-driven development. We want a red test, I think. We're still kind of in exploratory mode. I just want to see what I can see. Uh, what I will do is say that this is like the deprecated blob create window. No, we don't have rename support here. Deprecated blob create window. I'm gonna have to change it in the header too. I don't know if you're familiar with C++. Oh, you're working as a freelancer. Cool. How's that work going? You use Vim as well? Nice. Oh, I use Vim as well. Yeah, yeah. Um, used to do leak code in C++. Oh, nice. We're gonna have to update the Golang side of this too. Why? Why so cranky? Probably the C++ build underneath the hood failed and it didn't want to try it again. But it's happy now. All right. So what did we change? We said uh, the old way of making a window is deprecated. Uh, Learning more and more Golang and Rust. Nice. Yeah, those are good things to learn. I think for the next little while. Refactor mark old window creation as deprecated. So I want basically a new one to compare against. Glop create window handle. Just so we don't get confused. I'm going to name it something different. It'll have the same API for now. Oh, you followed me on GitHub. Thank you. Ooh, and Twitter. Yeah, I don't use much Twitter, but thank you. Thank you for the follows. Every little bit helps, I think. What am I thinking here? It's kind of like, as awful as it is, yank inside the braces, paste it, run the tests. Yeah, okay, we're still good. But now this is not going to do, now we don't have to worry about like how kind of reckless we are with the rewriting. Like, we're not going to glx choose visual. We will set window attributes. We're only going to create the window after we have the visual info from the config. So this is not going to create the context. Create context from config. So this is a glx frame fb config. We don't have to. We'll pass a pointer in. And the caller can deal with allocating, deallocating. And then we just need to return it. If ret is 0, log fatal, good glx create context, tribzarb. And just freak out. And you're not returning a GL context, you're returning a glx fb config pointer that we're not going to forget to clean up. I disagree. let's just do a struct call xFree. And it's got a void operator that on a void pointer. And we call xFree on the pointer. We have to put a semicolon after our struct. You're also thinking to start streaming. You never streamed anything in your entire life. Oh, well, yeah, give it a try. You might like it. Um, did you have a plan on what you wanted to stream? Certainly, the advice I've seen is find the thing that like you're good at, or that you can uh, kind of be well, that you enjoy, but also that you can kind of bring something new to. Uh, like so for me, I have a pretty good background in programming, um, but I can bring test-driven development to game dev and learn game dev. Doing a lot of learning is also something I want to bring. But yeah, you're interested in maybe streaming Rust and Golang? Yeah. Um, yeah, I think there's an appetite for it. Um, oh man, yeah, we're all in C linkage area. I don't know why. I don't think we need it. We need it for a few things, but we don't need it for this helper. And I had to write my show config helper um, with C linkage as well. It's a pain in the butt. I don't want to do too many changes in one diff though. So for now, we will know that we want to do this. But until then, we will do this and be sad. But it's fine. We also want to return the length of it. Creating a terminal-based application? Yeah, seems like Mac does not support Twitch. Oh, are you talking about like OBS? Like, can you run OBS on Mac? Um, I'm not a Mac guy, unfortunately. Um, so I'm not sure I can help you with that. But OBS is the streaming software that I use. Yeah, OBS is supported. Um, but Mac doesn't support Twitch. Or you mean like you can't use a Mac to watch Twitch? That's scary. Oh, Twitch has a streaming application. I gotcha. I gotcha. So yeah, you would have to resort to. You can browse but can't download the app. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I've got a bit of a background in web dev, so if there's a website that does feature X. I usually prefer that to downloading an app. Just a matter of personal preference, I would say. Yeah, we don't need memory right now, so let's remove it. We don't need that. So what did we change? We said what used to be pick the frame buffer config and create context is now create a context from a frame buffer config and pick a frame buffer config. Yeah. Bad things are still bad, and that is what it is. Yeah. I'm not going to bother adding the glop create window handle function yet. It's not ready, but I can add the other things, which is what I'm going to do. Right now you're building a mobile application for a client. Nice. Using React Native. Nice. Yeah, I tried. I took a swing at making a React Native app. Well, not making one, but picking one up that some students had written, and um, it was annoying. I'm not a fan of the JS, like the Node.js ecosystem. Um, I don't know if I just haven't grokked it or if it is painful for everyone, but I found that like there's a package for everything, but none of them are good. You know what I mean? Like everybody and their uncle is uploading to npm, and it's really not ready to be uploaded or shared or used by somebody else. Um, but they do it anyways. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah. Is that your sense that like people just play it fast and loose, and you kind of need to just eat the bad APIs and the weird behaviors, or do you have a way to like actually have a sane environment that you can predict? You prefer building from scratch as much as possible. That's how you have a sane environment that you can predict. Yeah. It's too bad though, right? Because like, how many times are you gonna reinvent the wheel? All right, I want to split this diff. Yes, make that change. Yes, make that change. Yes, make that change. Um, hold on. The diffs are getting confused with like um, where glop create window handle starts and whatnot. Let's give more context. Yeah, okay. Yes, include that. Um, split this. Yes, include. Yes, include. Yes, include. Uh, I don't think we need want that. Yeah. All right. I'm lost in the sauce here. This diff is doing my head in. Stash. Okay. What does this commit look like right now? There's a package for almost everything. Hate sometimes. So many UI libraries. I already have 14 years of experience, but what technology you want to learn or pursue further? Um, I think the technologies I want to learn would be um, kind of what I bump into when I'm pursuing projects, um, like quantum computing, AI, blockchain. I guess like quantum computing is cool in terms of like uh, it's going to be it's not here. It's not like ready for prime time. It's ready for uh, fast iteration and experimentation to figure out what are the constraints we need to uh, design around and work with when we go to make it like generally available. Um, I'm kind of more interested in the physics side of the quantum computing. Like I did a little bit of physics in undergrad, and it's very interesting to me that stuff. Um, but yeah, in terms of like how do you interface with like Google's API or how do you interface with Amazon's API or whoever's API, I don't really care. Um, and I hope it all changes. But uh, teaching people about how uh, the kinds of things you can do with a quantum algorithm are different from what you can do with a classical algorithm. That's cool. Um, but yeah, like AI right now, it's all hype. They think large language models are gonna lead to Gen AI, and I don't. Um, so I can't stomach all that hype. Blockchain, it's cool, and I understand it. It's just a lot of again a lot of like hype and a lot of like scammers and people who don't care about uh, what blockchain is and more just care about all the money moving around with it. Um, Qubits and superposition, yeah, it'll be a major breakthrough. Yeah, like it will drastically change kind of like what we can do as a species, quantum computing. Like the big what do you call it? Kind of problems it can solve around like accurately simulating the quantum effects of like molecules. Um, right now we have like kind of inefficient ways to simulate how a protein will interact with a drug or something, right? Um, but with a quantum computer, you can really better model those systems, and you'll be able to quickly uh, figure out like is there going to be a drug-drug interaction? What's the kind of protein that we need in order to shut down this bacteria? What's the how do you do that like kind of hardcore chemistry um, efficiently? And that's going to lead to like breakthroughs in drug treatments and the ability to test things. It's like going to be huge for us. And that's not really what anybody is working on right now, just because the scale that you need to answer those questions is not what we're going to have in the next 2, 3 years. One should have a better understanding of quantum mechanics if you want to build application on top of quantum. It would depend on the application, right? If your application is breaking RSA, for example, you don't need to know all of quantum mechanics. You just need to know qubits, superposition, um, what's coupling? What is it called? Entanglement. Um, you can work at a level of abstraction that you don't need to understand all of quantum mechanics. You just need to understand what you can and can't do with a quantum algorithm. Um, but for things like the modeling of quantum mechanical systems, yeah, you're going to want to know the quantum mechanics and how that works. Um, Not easy, but definitely cool and helpful. Uh, yeah. Where was I? I was trying to see what this diff looked like. Um, so we're just returning the FB config. We don't need this stuff. Okay. If it tests, I will say that's good enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the only change we have with the commit is that we had this new helper, and we declared it as well in the header. Um, you love quantum mechanics when you were in school? Nice. Learned lots of things there. Quantum mechanics and astrophysics, a deadly combination. Even today, when I get time to learn some new stuff on these topics, yeah. Um, yeah. The cool thing about physics, or at least like the kind of uh, the meta with physics, is that like you either have to look at the really really small or the really really big. That's everything in between. We kind of have a decent model for. That's kind of where we break new ground and learn things that we didn't know before. But yeah, I need a quick break, but I'll be right back. You're gonna go outside for some work. We'll be back in an hour. Cool. Yep. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So right now we've got this new window handle creator thing, but it does the exact same thing as the old one. We want now instead to do the new thing. So this is less bad. Log fatal. I mean, we could use like unsigned values, but log fatal, bad window dims, x, y. X, Y, width, height. And then freak out. Okay. This only needs to happen when we X create the window. Okay. Um, motif. Is that the X window manager based on the motif? I guess they were using motif. um, a Vax. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't know this, but we can leave it. Where was my note? Okay, so glx fb config. Let's do this not in the helper, but out here. once we don't have C linkage, we can make this a better message, or a better, what you call it. We can make it better. We can make it better. So first we pick a frame buffer config. It'll be frame buffer config at 0. We need to remember to xfree fb configs, but only after we're done using it. Yeah, we need to get a visual info. So not here. But up here. And not glx create context, but oops. Create context from config. Yeah, we're abusing pointers or arrays, but that's fine. Abusing, using. We're using. Yeah. Okay, so we load the proc we need, we call it with the attributes we need, and if we don't get what we want, we freak out. Cool. We should probably get the visual info though, somehow. Because we need it. The info. With the frame buffer config, we can grab the visual info associated with the frame buffer config we chose. Before we delete it. Oh, also semicolons. C++, remember? Okay, how does one grab the visual info again? It's like glx. We look at the thing. We can like get the attribute, I believe. That is the visual info. Glex. The XID of the corresponding visual. Pretty sure it's something like that. Oh, get visual from FB config. It's probably this. Okay. It needs the display and the FB config pointer. Info. Okay, now this might not be a thing we can do off the hop. There we go. Well, that was easy. Now we can create the window with that visual info. Wait, we created the context from the FB config here. Okay, does that compile? Yes. Okay. Just cached. So yeah, now we have a glop create window handle that does most of the same thing, except the new way of building a context and getting the visual. And then, other than that, it's basically the same, which is good. Now we might want to refactor things to use a helper for the common functionality, but to be honest, I don't want to right now because I'm going to be picking and prodding and ripping apart. Feature, add new window handle creator, add native for new window handle creator. Still not up. Okay. TDD red. We're going to write a red test that verifies that glop create window handle can be used. Now we can't use the CGO bindings from Linux test package. But we can say that there's a new type of system that does all the same things except for when it creates a window, it doesn't use the deprecated glop create window. So in Linux test, func test it's, I don't want it to be like a temporary or like the new one, but it's like um test glop create window handle, right? And so we should be able to say Linux dot new we ought to be able to have a new version system object. This just gets like instantiated. Yeah. We just raw dog make it. So it's not a Linux system object. It's a Linux better handle system object. Better create handles. What should it be? V2 or something. Write your test with the API you want, assuming the API you want exists. So, like, sysobj is linux.new, and then sysobj dot. I want to follow the API here. Create window. Create window 006464. We need to init it though. Go func. I want to run it in a new thing because I need to runtime.lock OS thread. This will do the init for us. And destroy window? Close window? I guess we don't really have a destroy window. What can a native window handle do? Not much. If HDL is nil, t dot fatal f. Oh, success gets HDL not nil. Make a chain of bool. It'll be blocking and that's fine. If not success, t dot fatal. Sys obj dot create window failed. Right. Now this is not going to compile, and that is by design, or expected, I should say. Having a test that doesn't compile is a valid red test, and it's our job to green it. So let's make thumped just in case. Yeah. Okay. Test. A system object ought to be able to create a window. I don't know if other platforms are going to try to run this, but they ought not. We might have to add a build tag or whatever, but it's fine. So yeah, let's green it. Pointer to new system object. This is going to embed a system object because most of the things are going to be delegated to it for now. That should be green, apart from what? Oh, we didn't call it init, I think. But that's a bad failure message that it just seg faults. So what happened was this func panicked because there was a signal that arrived, namely a seg fault, because we hadn't called linux.init. Or I should say startup. Startup. But like this, that it seg faulted was kind of annoying. So sorry, that the failure it printed when it seg faulted was not helpful. It's something I want to fix. Right? What's the way to fix that? The way to fix that is to do a defer recover here and have this channel have more information than just a bool. We'll do that next. Right now it's just a green step, right? So feature expose new Linux system object. Okay. Now here, there should be an error. If HDL is nil, it's not the success, it's the status. Couldn't sysobj dot create window. Right, and then if we get here, status nil, success. But here we will defer a func that we call if we recover something, if error okay is e dot as error, if okay status gets the error, otherwise status gets pumped error f. We're gonna wrap this actually, pumped error f. Panic. Panic on inner gr. Panic on inner gr got non-error. Right? But if the panic doesn't recover, or sorry, if the recover doesn't return anything, we don't do anything. It's not like it's going to panic between here and here, so we shouldn't block here on. We'll buffer it. Fine. For e in range status, if e not nil, t dot fail t.log failure. Log f. Now this needs to close the channel. No matter what, we close status. And if somebody goes along and forgets to start up, what happens? Oh, can you not catch segVs with panics? I guess not, eh? Well, I guess we didn't need to do any of this. um, okay. That's okay. I'd rather it all be simpler anyways. Alright, so now this new system object, when you create a window, what is the test I can write that asserts this new window used the new helper? Well, the window created by the new helper should return some kind of context that might be differentiable or like distinguishable from the kind of context that the old code returned. Certainly, it should be a 4 or 5 compatibility context. We're going to test glop create window handle, and then we're also going to can create window. Um, window has GL context with the right version. Maybe? Something like that. We have to kind of tell this func to run a command. Um, to run on window is make a chan of func over create a window handle. So to run on window gets we don't actually need this. It's just needs to happen on this thread to run under GL context. GL get version get string get version. What is it again? Just returns it. Yeah. Major is that, minor is I'm tired. If major not equal to 4, t dot fatal f, or minor greater than. So if major is not 4 and minor, if major is not 4, fail. If major is 4 but minor is greater than 5, less than 5, then fail. Bad GL version. Major minor. Right. So send that and then close it. Read from it though to sync. Read from it and then close it. No, we need an ACK. There might be a simpler way to do that, but okay. Major, minor. Run, test, glob, create, window, handle. Which equation did we get? 4, 6. Okay. If we got 4, 6, we need to find out if we're in compatibility mode or core mode. Yeah. Get integer GL context profile mask. GL get integer. Context profile mask. If profile not equal to context compatibility profile bit. Dot fatal F. Add profile mask. D. Did it pass? Okay. Make some of this. I need to see it fail in order to understand that it's working. I need to see this fail and understand the other one actually works. Right? Yeah. So when this fails, it doesn't return. Um, so the test will fail. We just need to not also panic. Okay. So is compatibility profile the one we want? I don't know. Yes, it is. We want compatibility profile because If we don't, deprecated things will be missing. That being said, what we actually want is to be in core. No? And this needs to be a fail. Nice. Oops. Test, make sure the new window handle creator uses or provides core profile GL contexts. Okay, so then here we're like pick a frame buffer config. Ooh. Uh, forward compatible. Does that mean it's core? Okay, how request core profile bit, right? How request core profile bit. You do by, where's that tutorial? saying by the whatever what context attributes can we pass into glx create context attributes ARB. Um, oh look, glx. Hold on. If the glx context core profile bit RB is set in the attribute value for glx context profile mask RB, Why does this not need ARB? I don't know, but I need a break. Be right back. Okay, I think I now understand why. Sorry, I had a thought as to why, and I think it's that we're not calling the new helper. we're just, we're embedding the thing, and then we're never intercepting the create window, which we need to do. So let's do. Right? New Linux. New system object. Aha. It's this, except instead of Linux, it's new Linux. And instead of the deprecated, it's glop create window handle. I think this is just the let's see, completer needs. Yeah. And then, okay, this is probably aborting because we're not doing things right. Abort. Bad window dims. 0063464. Oh, yeah, about that. Uh, less than or equal to 0 is okay, but less than. Now we know we're calling the right thing. And look, it's green! Look at that. GL version 4.6. And in core compatibility mode. It's really this, and then t.run GL context has the right profile. Awesome. All right, let's add it. Feature. Use the new window handle creator when using the new Linux API. That was a green step. Okay. I'm gonna have some food. I think the next thing to do is like assert that we can't do a GL begin or something. So to run under GL context gets, that's like the poor man's render queue. Okay. GL begin. found GL error or test. Right? If error not nil, t.log sorry, if error is nil, expected GL error when using fixed function pipeline. It's 0. Because it's an int. Oh my god. Look at that. 1282. Probably invalid enum or something. Invalid operation. Yeah. Okay, so that means, well, let's make sure that this is what we, let's make sure this is right in that code that we have ought to look like this. Mm-hmm. Um, mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, my keystrokes have been disabled this whole time. Whoops. Sorry. It was when they did it. No, it's not right now. Mm. Love it. Okay. Now, enhance. That was from yesterday. What was I doing? Okay, so if we use um, the new window style everywhere, we're gonna fail hard because we do a lot of fixed function pipeline stuff. But um, if we hack it to not use the core to context, um, right, this will fail. And that's fine because really what we're trying to do is say run like CI and then make um, what's my makefile recipe for use the development version of glob while running the tests. Dev test. Yes. So if I make dev test from Hans, it needs glop locally. Hold on. So if I did this, except also mount depths slash. This is asking the question, what happens? No. We need to use the new helper. What's the way to do that? It's still rendering the old way. Um, this should just do linux.new. Um, hold, hold. Um, I know naming, but it's just Linux system object. Return new Linux system object. System object is linux.new. We don't want to call init. Wait, what? Okay. And if I make dev test here, and I get, it'll still fail, but if I get rejects that look the same, we broke text, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, what did we just do? We just showed that if we use the compatibility profile of a given version, that we will render the same image locally as we would in the container. Which is pretty sweet. Um, and when we screenshot, we actually get transparency, which is really nice because I would rather include that as part of the test. It's when we go to draw text over itself that we will see that the blending's not working. Yeah. Why wouldn't that blend proper? Slash, is it blending proper? No. This is respect what's there, blend to it. This is draw my outlines over top. Um, compatibility profile should mean deprecated features aren't removed. Um, if we draw quads, I want to just like whip commit this. Um, let's not lose our work kind of thing. I want to test that test blending. Test builder, new, run. Um, fail because lol. Yeah. Okay. So if I do a GL enable gl.blend, I forget the GL to do it, but I know we have it in places. This enable blend, set it to blend with the source alpha and 1 minus source alpha. GL.clear color 000 full black. GL.clear GL begin GL.quads, because why not? GL.color R 4F red and green and blue. GL vertex 2D. Render dot with fresh matrices. Yeah. So that we're in NDC land, right? So go from the center of the screen to the right a little bit. And then so it should be like here to here to here. That's a triangle. We're drawing quads. So here to here to here to here to here. Yeah. But the alpha will be 0.5. So that we blend. And then render test dot snapshot, no debug snapshot. We have a helper in test builder. Snapshot should look like with expectation. Blank. Convey blending blends. Oh yeah, gl.clear clear color buffer bit. Yeah, you're right. We'll even do this. I don't think we need that, so I won't do it. Yeah, I couldn't open blend 0 ping because it doesn't exist. Copy render test. Well, cd render test data. Copy recursive red 6.4 to blend. Why do I keep saying blank? We may never know. Okay, we got a mismatch. That's what I want to see. Let's make just that. Is this green and blue? This just looks like blue. This looks like health alpha blue. Let's make it bigger than this. So like -1, -1. Oh, we could do let's do -0.75. -0.75 to plus, 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 plus. And this will do a smaller rectangle, right? Switch 7 for 3. Okay, what is this telling us? That oh, that there's still transparency here, even though we're blending. This is not the GL that I care about. OpenGL, gl.blend. We should check for errors. Debug.log clear glog.new error logger. Oh, yeah. GL.color. That's just complaining that we were leaking GL state out of this test. Technically, we're leaking GL blend enabled disabled as well, but don't worry about it. We're not seeing any error messages. When we set the blend func to be source alpha and 1 minus source alpha, it should be the pixel that's there times 0.5 plus 0.5 of this. So it should be like 0.5 green, 0.5. Well, hold on. If we do that, and then look at the reject, draw a somewhat transparent green, right? And then draw a solid blue next to it. Good. That's correct. Now, if we draw a solid green, and then over top we draw blue but with see-through, we should see a bit of green in the there should be some green in this blue. Not, but there shouldn't be anything transparent. We shouldn't be able to see the checkerboard pattern at the back. Okay, that's definitely blue with red, but we're not getting what I would expect. Right? What are we thinking here? Why would the end result have be influenced by anything that's behind the red? What happens if we don't blend? Huh? That's not blue. I'm not sure what to think about this. Like, is this supposed to be like that? for I equals 20. 5. Do this 5 times. Do it 50 times. Makes it transparent. Okay. That would make sense because... Why? Zero, one, source, 1 minus. Uh, okay. Where's S1 used? Ew. The way I read this is that it works the way I thought it did, which means no. If alpha was 0.5, it should just be half this, half what was there, right? But doesn't that mean source alpha? Hold on. The pixels in the buffer, before we draw the second thing, have an alpha of 1. After blending with something that has alpha less than 1, let's say, you know, 0.5 of full blue. Um, what? Yeah, I just R sub C. The notation is crazy. Determine the blended RGB value. The system uses the following equations. The red destination. The destination alpha is going to be the minimum of these two expressions. K sub A. K sub A is 2 to the m sub A. 2 to the number of blip planes in alpha. Okay, so if this expression happens to be greater than 255, we pick 255. If, sorry, I should say, um, yeah, these are floats. For yeah, just for symmetry slash using the same type everywhere, let's run that. Um, okay, you're telling me what happens at 0.7? This is wrong. The why is there transparency here? There should not be transparency here. I wouldn't have expected there to be transparency there. That shouldn't make a difference. So the source alpha um, is going to be 0.5 or whatever it is, 0.5 times the scale of alpha. Now the scale of alpha okay, so the scale of alpha is f of a for this. So it's a sub s0 so alpha of the source over hold on. What what is the domain of these? All scale factors have a range of 0 to 1. Basically, the percent of alpha, how much alpha as a percentage is what this value is. So like if you have 8 bits to store an integer alpha value, oh my, wait, like it can't be this, right? No. Yeah. Whatever this comes out to, it comes out to the same thing right here. And so it's foo plus 1 minus foo. And the foo is on 0 to 1. So foo plus 1 minus foo should be 1. The blend color is not taken into effect. Um, hold on. Okay. This should draw it behind, and therefore should not be seen. What the heck? What the heck? I'm gonna take a break. Um, but yeah, stare at that and tell me what it is that needs to happen. why would it be that we can see uh, the transparent object that's behind the opaque object? Is it a problem with our read pixels? Perhaps? I don't know. This is the image I would expect. Which means we're not getting a context that does blend correctly. I wonder if this is just a untested path on Windows Subsystem for Linux. But I guess what we're also seeing is that like um the images rendered by CI are having this weird can't blend the things issue as well. So hold on. I hate to just watch CI, but can't scroll fast enough. You Azure. Welcome back, Shawshank. We're still working on things, trying to get the different contexts working. I seem to be in a state where let me show you. So, basically, when we use the old way of doing things, we can blend a blue rectangle on top of a red rectangle, and you get purple. Um, this is the bogus expected image, but that's fine. Right, and it's pretty solid. The red rectangle goes from there to there, the blue one goes from there to there, but because the blue has a alpha of like 0.5, you got a bit of blue and a bit of red. Makes sense. But when we use our new stack, we end up with a very strange thing. The blended area has some opacity, right? So this is very concerning and alarming in that that shouldn't happen. uh, I don't know why it's happening. I'm trying to see if we totally broke anything, at least from the uh, CI perspective for the library. The app is called Haunts, and then there's like a purpose-built library called Glob. Um, yeah. So the other thing is, um, most things like it's a 2D game, so most things are at z equals 0. Uh, I do use Discord, just not very much. um, hold on. Do I have a link for it? No, I don't. I should. That's my bad. Psst, how do you Discord? I guess like this? I'm an old man. I don't know how to Discord. Feel free to join us. Um, I should add that to my stream page, but yeah. If we we draw a red rectangle and a blue rectangle. If I put the red rectangle in front of the blue rectangle and it's opaque, you shouldn't see the blue rectangle, right? Okay, maybe I mixed up the Z coordinate. Okay, so both the old way and the new way are doing that. What? Oh, thanks for joining. Um, yeah, this is concerning. Why wouldn't... Is it just a rounding error? I can never remember if negative Z is towards the camera or not. So I'm just going to try both. Okay. So my understanding of this is different than what we're seeing. Um, the heck? Oh, no. Let us learn. Mm-hmm. 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 What? Mm-hmm. 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 But then, like, yeah. Maybe it's happening because of transparency. Yeah, I think it's like this effect, except don't understand. Like the last arg 1.0. I mean, we can. Um, are you talking about like the Z coordinate, or are you talking about the color? These are 0 to 255 instead of 0 to 1, but we can draw just a blue. We just draw a blue square on top, and there's no transparency. Um, if this concrete texture wasn't here, this would show like the background. For us, the background is transparent. I'm looking at how like this actually did it right. I think it was just like the ordering of the doing it. Um, I think they assume you've done the depth testing thing, but I have not. Oh, yeah. When depth testing is enabled, okay, is it that the different profiles have different understandings of whether GL depth test is enabled? Probably. I accidentally closed my window. Tabby render test blend test. Okay, let's go back to half transparency. I forget if this is the new one or not, but this looks like the value I expect, the value I want. And then that should occlude it, right? Yeah, occluded. Good. Okay. Linux new. Which should still be occluded. Yeah. Fuck. Be right back in 10. Yep, no worries. Okay, the depth test I think is something we want. Like, if we're rendering something behind something else, why use the fragment? Why do the fragment shader? Don't do it. I'm confused as to why that's not the case already, but whatever. Now, let's look at this here. Wait. Okay, this is what I'm seeing. The yeah. When writing to the depth buffer, the depth test does not care if the fragment has transparency or not. So the transparent parts are written to the depth buffer as any other value. I don't understand. Why am I reading the comments? Am I convinced that this is what's happening? No. Oh, might want this too. Yeah. 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 I hate this. Like, kind of. This is the standard. It's like you kind of just do it, and it'll be fine. Okay, what have we done? This is Z fighting coming at you. I hate this just like throw stuff at the wall, see what happens kind of testing, but I just don't have a good intuitive sense for things right now. Pretty sure that's not happening. But let's make sure. We do not see the panic of wait, what? Okay. Oops. don't need this. The fun thing is, I think that makes it just like absolutely transparent. No. Hmm. Do I need to set like a clear depth? Clear depth. When you clear the depth buffer, make everything 0. Oh. Okay, so what does clear depth do? Specify the clear value for the depth buffer. Yeah. The initial value is 1. What? Okay, so like the depth buffer has a. Did they describe this in this near plane, far plane stuff? Okay. Mm-hmm. So what you're telling me is they contain values between 0 and 1. So if everything got set to 0, uh, nothing looks to be close enough that it should pass the depth test. Okay, fair. I'm still not sure why. After the fragment shader has run. So then wait, like the current fragment's color with the fragment color currently in the color buffer. Okay, put in other terms, every pixel has a depth value, which is effectively how far away from the camera it is. Um, if you every time you draw a primitive, you update the color buffer and the depth buffer for each pixel that you care to touch. Um, things outside of the triangle that you're drawing don't get touched. But if you then go to draw something else, it's not going to bother to run a fragment shader if the depth test fails. But if you don't run the fragment shader, you can't blend what's there with what would have been behind. Okay. So you need to build up from back to front so that the individual pixel can accumulate the right blends. But I think what's happening to me now is that we're doing something like this. We've got a 0.6 alpha times some source value that has itself a 0.6 alpha, and we're adding 1 minus 0.6 of a 1 alpha. And so the resulting alpha is not 1. It is less than 1, and so it has transparency. Oh, what if we just assume that alpha always gets set to 1? Okay, let's try a GL blend func separate, where it is let's have it only influenced by the destination's alpha value. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Should look the same. Yeah. All right. The next question is, if I do that, yeah, still occluded. I think the depth test is less, GL less, but maybe less equal is what I want. Mm, but not really. What? What? Hold on. Which side of the thing are we? Uh, got a thing here for I have a coordinate systems thing. Positive Z is towards the camera, towards the viewer. Yeah. But yeah, positive Z is towards the viewer. Wait, what? Positive Z is towards the viewer? Um, except with normalized device coordinates, because the projection matrix flips. They say. When you run depth func, passes if the fragment's depth value is less than the stored depth value. Okay, so if the incoming value is less than the stored value. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. Our projection matrix is the identity matrix right now. Oh, I think I understand now. Um, not really. Okay, so we end up setting the alpha to 1, but that's not what we want. It is what we want. The alpha value should just be whatever was there. Separate. If I click enough, I'll find the right one. The source alpha is correctly thought of as a material opacity ranging from 1, representing complete opacity, to 0, representing complete transparency. Oh, because I'm doing the loop. Ah. Okay. Okay. And then this ought to be able to be 0, or even -0. Yes. Okay. And then this ought to work too. Okay. Okay. And that ought to work even in the new system. It took all day. It took depth buffers. It took blending. It took, and it took, and it took, but I think we've got it. Okay. That is the thing we expect to see. Yeah. Okay. Do we dare just run all the tests? Yeah, it does not look like. Wait. Do we need to set up depth testing, buffering in this way? It's the overlaid lines test that I need to kind of focus on. We can strings on top of each other. I'm not sure I have a good way to run just this test. Does that do it? No. Yes. Why? Why do some of these have? Why does this rejection file have a black background, but not the rest of them? Serial rejection for overlaid lines. So test case or test family 0, natural dimensions. Um, is it just that it's the first one? Hmm. just using shaders, which means the fixed function pipeline stuff goes away. We don't do depthy things. I don't know if it was set yet or not. I done borked it. What? I think this is out of date. We don't have a Z value. Hold on. I'm gonna have to call it pretty soon, so I'm gonna leave myself a note. Uh, if we enable depth testing, do we also need to define a Z coordinate for the geometry? Ought to be able to just assign 0 to the Z component of something. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna call it there. Turns out OpenGL is complicated. Who knew? Yeah. Thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time.